Tenhoorn, co-president of Volt Belgium, and I gladly welcome you to our General Assembly.
Hallo, ik ben Jordi van Poeken, co-voorzitter van Volt België en ik heet u van harte welkom op onze algemene vergadering.
Bonjour, je suis Olivia Tenhoorn, je suis co-présidente de Volt Belgium et je vous souhaite la bienvenue à notre Assemblée Générale.
Hallo, ich bin Jordi van Poeken, co-Präsident von Volt Belgium und begrüße Sie gerne zu unserer Generalversammlung. It has been almost 6 months since the last time we all gathered together for our General Assembly, and lots of milestones have been achieved since then. In Volt Belgium, we welcomed many new functional leads who are steering their teams forward. Community, communications, event fundraising, policy, legal, and tech. All of our teams made quite some progress over the past 6 months. We from the board would like to congratulate them for their achievements. Another indicator for our progress is our membership growth. We are currently at almost 200 effective members within Volt Belgium. Thanks to the efforts from our members to convince people to join us. Thanks to our team to onboard the people, and thanks to the buddies who are guiding the new members to make them familiar with our new internal workings. The cherry on top of all of this, the amazing campaign and electoral results from our voters in the Netherlands. What they did was impressive, and it was an inspiration to all of us. We are proud of their achievements, and we would like to thank all of our Belgian members that helped out with cross-border actions and support to onboard the many new Dutch members.
Today, we want to inspire and get inspired by discussing and brainstorming together on our political vision. This vision has its roots in the 5+1 challenges as defined in our European program. In the past months, we have identified some key ambitions to change Belgian politics and offer new representation and voices in the current political landscape. All with keeping in mind that we have our strategic actions and our pan-European way of working. With this, Volt in Belgium will continue to connect citizens across our country and with Europeans for a shared European future. Today, you will hear about the process that went into developing this political vision. We are proud of our policy team that oversaw the different consultations with members and brought together their inputs. The results have been prioritized to address several challenges in Belgium and offer a framework for our different national policies. Through our political vision, we can raise our collective and unique voice in the Belgian political landscape. In the second part of the GA today, you can vote on the different pillars of the political vision and discuss on a set of policies and put forward your ideas for the national campaign, which we aim to launch later this year.
We hope this General Assembly will inspire you to help us over the next months to grow our member base, to improve our workings, to write and fine-tune our policies for our federal program, and to become a relevant factor in the Belgian political landscape. We are looking forward to the national and subnational elections in 2024 and hope that you will join us in this adventure.
Volt Belgium has grown considerably in recent months, and it was only made possible with your continued support, involvement, and engagement. Because of our growing community, we have achieved a solid basis to thrive as a chapter in our European family and be a political force in Belgium. With all our members, supporters, and wider networks, we pave the way forward and also achieve more together. In Volt, we are not only a building of people, but a laboratory of ideas, drawing from scientific and policy expertise, and through social innovation campaigns, show how politics can be done differently. Thank you for being part of our movement and shaping it. We wish you a great GA and we'll look forward to meeting you throughout the different sessions today.
And now I think we can have a look at the results of the vote of the chair, which was closed at 10 o'clock. And I will pass the word to Emeric from the electoral board, who can announce the results of this vote.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and thanks for joining to our GA. So, at absolute unanimity, Thomas Pitters has been approved as the chair for this General Assembly with 100% and 21 votes for and 0 against and no abstentions. So congratulations, Thomas. And well, I give now the floor to you for the rest of this GA. Thanks a lot.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for electing me or approving my candidacy to be your chair for today. I'm really looking forward to it and hope you, along with myself, are ready to get right into it. Some things to remind you. There will be some votes passing along on the Tusker page where you can just vote. They will be available today until a certain time. So keep an eye on the agenda. And of course, I will remind you when the votes are closing. Furthermore, there will be an election. So you will have received an email just before this GA with the proposal of an electoral board member candidate. So keep an eye on your email as well, because that vote will be sent today and will close after 2:15 this afternoon. If you have a question during one of the sessions or for a speaker, you can pose them in Tusker as well. I'll keep an eye out for those and forward your question to the speaker at the time. There will be also some Q&A sessions foreseen in regards to some of the topics. Before those topics will start, I'll announce those as well. And in any case, feel free to pose a question if you have one. And we'll kick off with the electoral board. So I pass the word back to Emeric.
Yes, thank you so much. So today we will have, as in every GA, quite a lot of voting. So these happen via your personal Tusker, what we call Tusker voting page. So normally you should have gotten an email with your personal link to participate to the GA. It should start with tusker.volt.codes. When you click on this, you will be logged in your personal page, which I will now share to you and show a little bit how it works. And in this page, you will be able to access all your votes. So to show you, this is how it looks like. Of course, I have an admin page, which I will skip. And at this stage, you will see here the YouTube feed. And on your left-hand side, you will see votes. Currently, there are no votes. Once they will open, you will be able to click on them to be able to access your votes. Simple votes, which only requires a yes or no answer, will be displayed directly on here. There's one thing you have to know on this is that the confirmation happens instantaneously, and if the server has registered your vote, you will see a little V inside the button that you've clicked. So if you see a V, it's a guarantee that the server has registered your vote. You do not need to confirm or do any extra steps. Just click on yes, no, or abstain, and your vote will be registered. If there's a V inside, it's been registered. One more thing about this, if you, yes, the next stage is to have, for longer votes like the ones on policies, you will also be able to vote via this personal link, and it will actually, once you click on vote now, it will open a new window displaying a Google Forms, which you will be able to cast your votes in. The Google form looks like looks like this. So once you click on it, you will see a place like this. In here, you will have a token which will be pre-filled in because you've clicked through your personal voting link. Please do not modify this field. You will see it looks like an unreadable key. This is to guarantee the safety of the vote and that there's only one vote cast per person. And then, for example, in this case, you will see all these questions with an approve, abstain, or reject the policy in question. I will not show this further, but just remember not to modify your token, and then you can vote. You can always modify your vote by voting once more through your personal voting link. Your vote will only be counted once, obviously, and it's the last vote that you've sent that will count. And last but not least, we also have the elections that will be sent by the executive committee of a new member for the electoral board. This happens like in every elections for people during all the past GAs as well via the A Doodle link. And this you will get per mail, so it will not be displayed on your personal vote personal page. You will have to check your email after 10:30, and there you will get an email from A Doodle, and you will have to vote that way. So yes, that's it for me. I hope all these instructions were clear enough. And yeah, I give back the word to Thomas, and I wish you all a very, very good GA.
All right, before we start on things, we have the agenda of the current GA to approve. So you will all have received that one. I don't know, do we have a vote for it?
Yes, it's on its way.
Okay. So to go through. So first of all, we will be talking about the finances, which will be done by our treasurer, where we will approve the accounts of the last year, a financial update for this year, of course followed by Q&A sessions and the discharge of the past and current board members, followed by the internal rules and procedures with the amendments for our proposed by our Vault Values Board. We will also talk about the vote of Jolan, because he has been proposed as a member for the electoral board.
Let me just interrupt you, Thomas. So now everybody, you should be able to see the votes open for the approval of the minutes of the previous GA as well as the agenda of the current GA. So please vote on this now, as those votes will close in 5 minutes.
Okay, so everyone can vote now, and then I pass the word to Jérôme, who will explain more about our ASBL finances.
Hello, everyone. Does it work? Okay. Hello, I will just share the slides then and show you all the finances. Okay, it's not really working. Is it working now? Okay, so hello everybody. I'm Jérôme, the treasurer, and today I will present you the finances. So we have here the beginning. So it will be cut in 4 parts. The first will be the 2020 account review. Then the 2021 accounts to date, the 2021 budget. So we will just look at what was prepared in 2020 and see how it moved. And then we will make a quick comparison with the last year and how it's going. So for 2020, we have this document. So all the documents you can find in Volt Belgium, so the drive of Volt Belgium, then board, then treasurer, then the fiscal year. So there is all the documents, all the balance sheet with all the information that you can check. So as you may see, we have seen some activities in the beginning of the year, February and March, but then after there was the coronavirus and there has been not much activity, mostly account cost. So here is the income. You may see from donation, from the General Assembly, the events, some a little bit of fundraising, but that was for the women event, and most of it was coming from membership fees. So as you may see, 62% was coming from membership fees. We have gotten about a little bit more than 4,000 euros this year in income. So here was the February 2020 General Assembly. And for 2020, we didn't spend much. We mainly piled up some cash. Most of what we've spent was on the room rental and the catering, so for the events, and the account cost and the cost of domiciliation that has been changed, so for the headquarters. And also a little bit for advertising, but it was for a reimbursement of 2018. So here is about what happened this year. So you may see here a little bit of spendings for the events, and then mostly nothing since we had not much activity. But as the membership are coming, we've seen a growth of cash on hand. So I'll just go now through the 2021 accounts until now, so from the beginning of the year. Those look like that. This can be found also in the same folder. You may see that this year we've gotten a fundraising lead, and after that we've seen quite a big increase in fundraising, in donations. We are getting also as expected the membership fees, and the only expenditure for now is the account cost, even though we have now started the social media advertising. So here is the income, not very complicated, mostly both donations and membership fees, but we see that now donations are more important, more important than the other years. And the expenditure was basically just for account cost and other fees, so domiciliation and the cost of making the association work. So it looks like that. Basically, we've just gotten more than we've spent, so it increased. Which is specific because for the budget we expected to have this amount of cash at the end of 2021, and we already have it in April. So concerning the 2021 budget, so I'll just go over what was expected. Here is the increase in members, in legal members. So we may see here the election of new structure and the Dutch election. So there has been quite an increase, as expected, about in the budget. So the hypothesis was that there will be a a vaccine. The vaccine will be widely available in the middle of 2021. So I went with it for preparing spendings for events during the second half of the year. You may see here the budget that can be found also in the same folder. As you may see, we expected a bit more fundraising. So for now, we are beating the fundraising the donation and fundraising aim, and we are getting more membership fees than expected. But that's due to the fact that we receive membership fees at the beginning of the year and not during the year at the same amount. And also, we've not spent as much on advertising than we expected, so we are working on that. So that was the projected income. You may see basically some from membership fees, from crowdfunding, from specific donation, and from the General Assembly of the end of 2021. And the spendings what was supposed to be for the events, the account cost and advertising. I think that account cost will be a little bit more since a little bit more than that. So this is what it was supposed to look like. You see, making 2,000 euro profit for investment in the future. That has already been reached, as we have not spent as much as expected and received way more than expected in the beginning of the year. So the impact of advertisement until now has been 1.33 cost per mile and then 0.13 cost per click. So with the budget expected, the number were that we would reach 788,000 people and get 1,000 new members. This is still a number that can be achieved, and we will see in the future how it develops. So now I'll go through a quick comparison from the other years. So here are the other years. We may see that the cash is piling up since 2018. That the income was, of course, way more in 2019 as there was elections, and the expenditure too. Also, we spent a lot on advertisement for the elections, and so the expenditure is just going down. We may see that 2018 was not a full year, so that's why it's lower. So it looks a bit like that. We may see in red the expenditure here, and we see that for the election of May we spent a lot, and in income we've gotten a lot because we made a lot of fundraising in April 2019. Then we see here. So those are the since the fundraising lead has been elected, we now have more income. That's about it. So now, if you have any question concerning this. Is there any question?
At this time, there are no questions. I had two. I had one from Kim. He asked, he didn't see the votes for the agenda. So I hope you were able to vote it. And then I had one from Patrick in regards to the comment page. So normally, if you enter the comment, I can see it and then I can pass it. So your comment arrived, but it wasn't. So if you still have a question, you can for sure ask it. Otherwise, if there are no questions, I'll loop back because someone still has to introduce himself. So I give the word to Jolan de Goe, who is running to become a Volt or the electoral board member. So Jolan, the word and the floor is yours.
Hi, so I'm Jolan. I'm hoping to become a member of the electoral board. Right now, I'm still a student, political science at the UGent, and 19 years old. I would love to join the electoral board as it is something that interests me. Elections in general and the whole process is something that interests me. So the electoral board is very appealing to me. It's also, if I'm part of the electoral board, I can help Volt Belgium, but I can also help Volt Ghent as well. So I can combine those two, which I would really love to do. So I do have experience in working as a team, so that is something that could come in handy for the electoral board, as it is a team. It's very short, but I hope you will consider approving me for the electoral board.
All right, thank you, Jolan. I have not received any questions for now. Maybe I think it's a good idea that we keep a short break because we're running a bit fast on our agenda. So we'll take a break of 5 minutes. And so in that time period, of course, questions can still be asked, and I'll relay them to Jolan if there are any.
And let me just add, sorry about this, but let me just add that the votes for Jolan will go live at 10:30. So please check your emails, because only for this vote, that one has to happen through your email. So you will need to check your mail. You will get an email from eDoodle with a personal voting link, and it will open from 10:30 and will stay open until 2:15. So you have a bit of time. You don't have to do it instantly. You have until 2:15 this afternoon to elect Jolan. Yeah, back to you, Thomas.
All right, thank you, Emeric. So I'll propose we reconvene at 10:35. So if you have any questions for Jolan, you can ask him in the Tusker. And then after, if there are no more questions, we'll continue at 10:35 with Kim. So see you then. Okay, back from the break. So, quick reminder, you should have all received the vote for Jolan. So please keep that in mind, because that one closes this afternoon at 2:15. There's also a vote which should come online now about the finances. So that will be about the approval of the finances of last year and then the budget of coming year. We continue with the Volt Values Board, because they will have a proposal about the amendments, and there will be a vote about that one as well. So I give the word to Kim.
Hello, everyone. I hope that you're all doing well and that you're having a good General Assembly so far. And I hope that you're looking forward to very inspirational conversations later this afternoon. I think we have lots to talk about. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kim Smouter. I am co-chair of the Volt Values Board together with Daniele Ramos. I'm really pleased to be here today to present the work of the Volt Values Board. For those of you who don't know, the Volt Values Board is responsible both for governance issues. So we really keep on looking at the statutes and the internal rules and procedures, and we try to update them to the way you and everyone else is using essentially the structures of Volt Belgium. We're also responsible for conflict resolution, and as well, unfortunately, sometimes we're also responsible for disciplinary enforcement if one of our Volt members steps out of line against the code of conduct. So we're quite a busy bunch of people, but today what is really bringing us to this General Assembly is really the outcome of the work of our Governance Commission. Our Governance Commission has been looking very much at the internal rules and procedures to see if there are things that can be improved ahead of this GA. And we've identified a couple of places where we think actually some adjustments of the internal rules and procedures are required. And these are the ones which we've actually submitted to you for your consideration. So we're very much hopeful that you will agree that these changes actually improve the situation and also facilitate the work of our functional teams, and particularly our Secretary Generals, who are thankfully having to deal with a lot of applications. So, and also having to deal with a lot of reminders for the different members to continue to pay their membership dues. So we're really hoping that these changes will help to facilitate that work and will ensure that we are able to grow fast and wide and large, so that we're able to really be successful in the upcoming elections. I wanted to also add one thing, is that we are proposing here just some very minor adjustments to the internal rules and procedures, but we as the Volt Values Board feel that there are also some statutory changes which we'll need to be thinking about in the future. So at our next General Assembly, you can expect some more substantive changes to the statutes in order to, on the one hand, increase the statute's ability to be quite inclusive, particularly for people who are from different gender backgrounds. And also we want to a bit enforce and reinforce our ability to act when we see very substantive violations of the code of conduct, which are very patent, so very visible, very clear to see, and very easy to adjust. And what we found so far is that essentially the procedure that we've designed for conflict resolution and also for disciplinary actions, whilst very robust, they also prevent us from acting very quickly in cases which require very urgent sense of action. So in the next GA, we'll be really looking at those things in more detail, and we'll be showing you, we'll be presenting to you some statutory changes. But today we're really talking about internal rules and procedures. So allow me to present to you essentially the three changes that we're asking for. So the first change is really focused around rule number 3, which is the payment procedure, and it relates to Article 8 and Articles 14 of our statutes. And essentially, the change that we're making are both technical and also procedural. So the technical change is essentially that actually we are using Gmail, and Gmail prevents actually the ability of our Secretary Generals to ask for a read receipt request, which is actually what's required in our internal rules and procedures. So we're removing this requirement for the General Secretaries to have to issue a request for payment with a read receipt requested, because clearly we don't have the technical capabilities to actually do that. So that makes sense to remove that requirement. Otherwise, we're putting our General Secretaries in a very difficult space. We've also simplified a little bit the reminder procedure for payments. So we offer essentially, or rather we request that the General Secretary essentially can issue one reminder for payment, and then if the person hasn't actually paid, then they're considered to be a resigning member in accordance to the statute. So it's a very technical change. It doesn't change the substance of that particular rule, but it just clarifies things and simplifies lives quite considerably, particularly for the General Secretary and the community team. The other change that we are suggesting are relating to Rule 15 and relating to Rule 22. And this is really to ensure that we don't green light candidates who are facing quite serious charges and are at a sufficiently far stage within the disciplinary procedure that actually we've identified as the Vote Values Board that there's actually been an issue, and that issue is sufficiently serious that we are looking at serious disciplinary actions such as suspension or indeed expulsion. And we feel that it is inappropriate for candidates who are in that stage of the procedure to also be able to stand for elected mandates within Volt Belgium. And in order to ensure that we still maintain the confidentiality requirements which we've imposed on the Vote Values Board, and I think these are justified requirements so that the individual is not found guilty before it remains innocent until proven guilty. We feel that it's important at the same time that these candidates are prevented from being in a situation where they're about to be suspended, and yet we elect them into very strong leadership roles. So that's why we've decided and proposed that we make these changes in Rule 15 and Rule 22, that essentially as part of due diligence processes, the electoral board, or indeed the Secretary Generals, or indeed the city leads, so whoever is kind of the appointing body, has the ability and indeed the requirement as part of the due diligence process to get in touch with the Vote Values Board in order to vet that the candidate is actually eligible for the position. And essentially, that will be really about them asking whether this person is facing an Article 49 procedure. Essentially, the Vote Values Board will confirm whether the individual does or does not. If it does, then the candidate isn't eligible for the position until such time as the Article 49 disciplinary procedure is concluded. And if that's the case, then basically that's where it goes. Now, clearly, the information would then be privileged information for the individuals who have made the request for that due diligence process. That information cannot be passed on beyond that group of people. But we feel that this ensures a certain level of balance between ensuring the reputation of the individual concerned, but at the same time protecting Volt Belgium from having a situation where indeed we have a person who's just been freshly elected and is then stripped from that status because of an Article 49 disciplinary committee finding. So we hope that these three changes will meet your approval, that they are proportionate with regards to what we're trying to achieve, and we look forward to your vote. So as Thomas mentioned, these will be put up to a vote. You'll be able to vote on each of these different rule amendments separately, and they will be coming very soon on Tusker. So please do vote for these. Well, we hope that you will vote in favor of these amendments. Of course, you're free to vote against what we've just proposed if you feel otherwise. And I thank you for your attention, and I thank you very much for your continued support of the work of the Vote Values Board, and indeed your following of our minutes, which we've been publishing more frequently on Workplace, as well as all the outcomes of all of our work. So a huge thanks to you for participating today. A huge thanks also to my colleagues in the Vote Values Board, who've been tremendous in helping us to design and to review these documents and to make sure that they are robust and fit for purpose. Thanks to you very much for your attention. And Thomas, I think the floor is back to you.
Thank you, Kim. Yeah, of course. Quick reminder, guys, you can always pose a question because I haven't received any new ones. So if you have any questions for Jolan, Kim, or still about the finances for Jerome, please do. Otherwise, we move on to our discussion or the presentation of the political visions, our key pillars, by our policy colleague, Sarah Tega. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Can I intervene a little bit before? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I get a question. I get a question from Emeric to have the word. So first, I'll give the word to Emeric.
Yes. So two things. The amendments proposed by Kim will go live in about 5 minutes. This will be done via the Google form, as I explained earlier this morning. So you will get your voting via Tasker. Now, I was flagged by one of our administrator that actually the vote for the executive committee and for the discharge of the administrators has to happen individually. So what I will do is I will remove the vote for the discharge of the administrators, which discharge them as a whole, and the question will be asked individually. So you will see a bunch of votes per administrator that you will have to discharge or reject their discharge or abstain on the vote. So this will be removed in a bit, and you will also be able to see just after this the vote for the amendments to the internal rules that Kim presented just earlier. That's it. Thanks a lot for this intermezzo. And Thomas, the floor is back to you.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Emeric. So the votes will be separate, and then we continue on with Sarah about the political key pillars. Sarah, go ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah and I'm policy co-lead of Volt Belgium, and I'm now going to present the political vision. Let me just share my screen so I can show you the presentation. Okay, here we go. Right. I think I'll just give a brief definition of what a political vision is, and also why it's important to have one at the Belgian level of Volt. So for us, the political vision would really be what we stand for in this party and how we would want to shape society if we were in power. The political vision is also about what our guiding principles and set of values are that would underpin our policies. So there would be our overarching goals and priorities, and then from those key values will trickle down policy to mirror those objectives. And I think it's important to have a political vision so we can have a common shared message across all of Volt Belgium members. You'll also be able to vote on all of those key pillars. And I think it's important to make it official and then to have those values to be shared on our communication channels, website, and also around us. Like whenever we speak about Volt Belgium and what we stand for, we can refer back to all these political vision key pillars. Of course, the policies would also come further, and those ones will be more specific. So how do we get to define a political vision? I think it's important to start by setting up what are the key issues and challenges that Belgium society is facing, and then how we want to respond to them. So this is a problem-solving methodology by starting to name an issue we deem important in Belgium, and then we frame a goal on how to solve it, on what the ideal situation would be to solve the problem. And so in order to come across with this political vision, we have decided to launch a survey between members during the year that everyone were able to answer by framing, once again, an issue and then the solution to it. We collected all these answers, and then we had some discussions with the board, some of the functional leads, and also policy facilitators. And the outcome of all of those discussions and surveys and data collected were to form 7 pillars. These 7 key pillars will be submitted to a vote now, and you can vote for each of the pillars separately. You can either confirm them, abstain, or refuse them. And then if some of these pillars are refused by the majority of voters, they'll be open to amendments and discussions during the workshop sessions in the afternoon. So the key goal really by the end of this GA is to have a clear and set political vision that is voted by the membership. And I also just wanted to make a small reminder is that a political vision needs to stay quite broad. It's not a specific policy. And yeah, so this will be up also for discussion in the afternoon. With that being said, let's get to it. So the first political vision pillar is about state reforms. And it says that Belgian governance is today challenged by fragmented democracy and an inefficient political structure. Volt Belgium stands for institutional reforms to encourage nationwide unity across its citizens. Let's work on common Flemish, Wallonian, and German ambitions and coordinate our actions on all levels. So this is for the first challenge, state reform, and this is the first pillar as well. And then the second one is about economic renaissance, and it has two components. The first component says that Belgian companies often face unfair competition and limited economical power in the face of multinational organizations and tax avoidance. As Volt, we stand for a level playing field in Europe's internal competition. We want to deal with tax evasion and extreme tax avoidance through effective multilateralism. And then the second part of the economic renaissance pillar, it says that the pandemic has heightened inequalities and challenged source of economic activity. We want to ensure a sustainable redistributive economy where both social security and the labor market work in balance. In Volt Belgium, we stand for a guaranteed income to provide everyone with essential needs for a decent life. Then the next one focuses on the challenge of citizens' empowerment. And the key issue identified says that there's a sense of being left behind that has prevailed for too long in Belgian society and that resulted in the uprising of nationalist and extremist movement. In Volt Belgium, we aim to recreate a sense of belonging and to empower citizens. Encouraging close-knit communities and citizens' participation in political decisions are part of our priorities. And then we go on to the social equality and inclusivity challenge. And the vision pillar says that the othering of minority groups in society, from LGBTIQ+ community members, immigrants to homeless people, has become too prevalent in Belgium. In Volt, we stand against hatred and fight for inclusivity by advocating for effective integration programs to enable a smoother access to the labor market, education, and society. And then the fifth political vision pillar is about global balance. And it says that our political and economic decisions have left our planet and the future of humanity in a critical state. In Volt, we stand for climate neutrality, and we believe it can only be achieved through regenerative economies with local and responsible production and consumption, alongside sustainable mobility policies and decarbonizing the energy sector through renewables and nuclear power. And then the next pillar is about smart education. And it says that education is a key pillar for the well-functioning of society, while its governance still contains many flaws. Today, memorization prevails over competences, and competition strikes over collaboration. Learning is too often limited to academic ability. In Volt Belgium, we believe in a more holistic approach to education. We want to make citizenship, emotional, financial, and digital literacy a priority to empower tomorrow's leaders, entrepreneurs, and workers. And then the seventh and final political vision pillar is about cities. Because in Volt Belgium, we strongly believe in urban spaces' potential and necessity to be transformed into resilient, livable, and sustainable communities. Cities have a key role to play in ensuring green futures by giving space back to nature and people. This starts through proximity of living by ensuring access to essential needs close by. This will decrease traffic, enabling better health for citizens due to reduced pollution and increased physical activity. And then if there are any questions about this process, some of the pillars, you can always ask them in the chat, and then Thomas will direct them back to me. So I'll stop the screen sharing and give the word back to Thomas.
Okay, I do have some questions. In regards to the vote, I have one from Arne, where he replies that it's the first time that we have to discharge board members individually. Is that a specific choice of Volt, and if so, why? It seems more logical to consider a board as a college that works as one and takes responsibility as one. No.
Pardon, I didn't get the end of it.
So
I don't think it's a question for you, Sarah. I think it's more.
No, it's not a question for you. It's a more general question. I don't know who can really answer on it.
I can maybe provide some background. So so strictly legally, it is possible as a General Assembly to discharge some board members or former board members and not just discharge others. However, we obviously recommend to discharge every board member or former board member because indeed, as Arne very rightly points out, financial decisions are and responsibility is taken collegially. So absolutely, we support Arne's point.
I have another question from Kim. This one, I think it's for you, Sarah. It's about the political vision. So he asks, is it possible to, I'm concerned about the political vision that has been drafted. Is it possible to motion to postpone this vote?
So the idea is to get it voted upon by the end of this GA. And we've also made the vote specific for each of the pillars. So if like one of the pillar you really think needs to be modified, then you can refuse it. And if the majority of the membership thinks the same, then they will be up for amendments during the discussions in the afternoon. And we'll also have the possibility further on during other GA to maybe modify also this political vision at some points if needed.
So in short, those topics can still be discussed, and don't be afraid. So there is a session this afternoon to discuss them. I have another question from Akin. Is there space for other policies or visions within these 7 pillars, such as agriculture, culture, science, Europe, etc.? Sarah, that's for you.
Yeah, as I was saying in the presentation as well, I think we tried and keep the pillars quite broad, and then the policy would come and reflect those pillars and add up more specific items. So like you mentioned, for instance, like agricultural, cultural, and cultural activities.
If I look back, that's all the questions. So please do keep in mind, if you still have questions, don't hesitate to ask them. Okay, I have one from Carlo still. How do the visions differ from the 5+1 challenges of Volt?
So obviously we still want to keep quite of a similar stance as the European level as well, but still want to make it targeted towards Belgian society. So we've kept the key challenges ahead, and then we've just made those sentences like ourselves.
Okay, so that's all for the questions. I propose we, yeah, okay, so no more questions for now. I propose then another break because we are really ahead of schedule.
So I will announce again some things about the vote. So as you can all see now, there are quite a number of votes which are open. I will show you how your screen should look like if my computer is allowing to do it. So normally you should see my screen any moment now, and you should see the Tusker screen as so. So you see that you have all these votes which are open to the ones to approve the accounts of 2020 and the discharge of the administrators. And you also have the possibility to vote for the amendments on the internal rules. And in about a few minutes, you'll also be able to vote on the political vision. So there will be another link like this with Vote Now and with a series of questions. There we go. I hope this is clear and that everybody is now going to be able to vote. All these votes are ending at 2:15 sharp. And Thomas, back to you. And I think we're going to break and reconvene soon.
Yeah, we're switching it up a bit because we still have some time left. We'll do first the organizational update of Volt Belgium. So for this, I'll give the floor to Vic, our secretary, one of our secretary generals. So go ahead, Vic.
Hi everyone. I'll make sure you all can see the slide. All right, I hope this is visible for everyone. All right, so welcome everyone on this GA. I'm one of the Secretary Generals of Volt Belgium. Vicky is my Co-Secretary General, but she's not feeling too well, so she won't be presenting today. What am I going to talk about? Well, first, I'm going to talk a little bit about the organizational structure and what has changed since last time, the last GA in November. I will talk a little bit about the functional team lead applications. I will talk a little bit about the achievements of our functional leads. I will briefly mention the membership, as it's already been announced that we've grown quite a lot. I want to go in a little bit of more detail about those memberships. And then afterwards, at the end, Juliette will give a few words about the diversity project within Volt Belgium. So, organizational structure. At this point, this is what our Secretary General office looks like. Those are our functional teams. And as you can see, since last time, we've added one new team, the cross-border team, and we've also filled in quite some positions. There are still some left, but I'll give some more information on how we can fill those in later. We're glad to welcome a few of the new positions. So we've filled in since last GA a fundraising co-lead, a legal co-lead, social media coordinator, a policy co-lead, and a cross-border facilitator. The cross-border facilitator is one of the teams we've added since last GA, and it's actually a position that is responsible for all cross-border coordination. So he or she will work together with our neighboring countries, make sure all collaboration and cooperation goes smoothly. They will make sure our national team can support other teams or can be supported by other national chapters of Volt. Of course, our structure will be updated and changed throughout time as we grow and we need to adapt. And we want to make sure that Volt can run in the best possible way. Also, keeping in the back of our heads the elections in 2024, I think, that we certainly want to participate in, and hopefully that's our breakthrough. So we do need to professionalize the organization, and that's will only be possible by filling in positions of the functional teams, and also by a lot of new contributions from volunteers. Functional lead applications. So the application process will be opened in the beginning of July. That means that then we will officially open the new cycle of functional leads. In July and August, Vicky and I will hold interviews by all applicants that we can see who is suited or fit for which position. We will listen to you, go into a little bit of a dialogue, get to know you, so that we can make our deliberation based on those interviews, as well as, of course, as a motivation letter. By mid-August, Vicky and I will have a deliberation and make a proposal of our of the candidates that we think are fit for the positions. And by the end of August, there should be a confirmation vote by you, the membership. you will be voting then on our proposal and make sure that we that you trust the people we put forward in those positions. If the confirmation vote gets passed, those people will enter a transition period with the current functional leads in which they will exchange best practices, train a little bit together and make sure that everyone knows what's up for the coming years. If the confirmation vote doesn't get passed, we'll have to make a new proposal. So we'll shift some candidates, change some candidates, and hopefully we'll find a proposal that the membership can agree with. After the transition period, which takes a few weeks at max, all functionally should start be working officially on the 1st of September for a 1-year mandate, which means we do the same process as explained again, starting from the July after the 1st September. As of right now, we do have a few at interim positions. That means people who aren't confirmed yet. But we want to get that confirmation vote out by the end of next week, at the latest beginning of the week right after. We still have 2 interviews planned for coming week, so that means new functional leads that will be joining us, maybe. And then by the end of next week, or like I said, maybe the beginning of the week after, we'll have a confirmation vote to make sure those people are officially in position. It won't be for that long, but it will be great for them to get to know the position already a little bit. And of course, they can renew from this summer on again for another year. For May and June, that doesn't mean that we don't accept anyone new in anymore, but we won't be holding any confirmation votes anymore. They will just be appointed at interim for May and June, and then afterwards they can officially apply for the position, and then they can be integrated in the confirmation vote in August. Once applications reopen, every member can apply. So if you're an effective member of Volt Belgium, you can apply for a position as of national functional lead or in a coordinator role. A lot of our teams also have sub teams or sub team leads, so to say, and are also always looking for people to fill those positions in. We do need a lot of volunteers to make sure everyone has a manageable workload, because sometimes it is a lot, but we're all doing quite well. But as we're growing, we see the workload grow, so we want to make sure that all our volunteers can have a manageable workload and make sure that we keep growing. More information will follow, of course, as we grow closer to the deadline or the opening of the applications in July. Functional team achievements. So a lot of our functional teams have been working really hard. We've have functional leads that are active since the beginning of last September, or even a little bit earlier. And we've people recently joined, and all of them have been essential to our growth. From the bottom of our heart, both from Vicky and I, we want to thank them and want to shine a little bit of light on them, as we think it's very important work that they do. They've been working endless hours, the most impossible hours and days, and we really appreciate that. So by this, we really want to thank all of them for their time, their involvement, their contributions, and all the things they have done, because Volt Belgium wouldn't be possible without them. They have organized events. They made sure we have a huge growth in memberships. They made sure we professionalize as a political organization. They've done initiatives for charity. They have made countless of posts online and increased our reach. They have supported elections in other national Volt chapters, and it's only right that they are thanked for all of that, because it's a volunteer position and sometimes it can feel unrewarding. but I want to make sure that everyone appreciates how much time they put in and their effort. As we said, our memberships have grown quite a lot. So I want to go in a little bit of detail, but not too much, of course. From last GA, which was mid-November until now, we grew from 131 members to 119 members now. We do see quite the increase in men mostly. We see that women are still underrepresented, and that's something that we're trying to work on to get more of a balanced membership, but also in the positions of our functional leads, for example. That's why all our positions are open to two different genders. And then we've got 2 undisclosed or other genders as well joining the party, which we didn't have last GA. The Dutch national elections gave us the biggest spike in new members. I think the influence of those elections can definitely not be underestimated, and it's very important, or contribute a lot to our growth. So I'm sure a lot of you can relate to, or maybe have heard of Volt the first time in the Dutch national elections. As you can see, this is the spread, like the geographical spread of our members currently. Left, you can see the last GA, and on the right, this is the current situation of members. We're still mostly active in Flanders, or more popular maybe, although we are trying to branch out more towards the south of Belgium, as our members in Wallonia have been putting in efforts to organize events and come together to increase our reach there. As you can see, the Dutch elections definitely had a big influence if you look at the northeastern border of Belgium and the amount of red dots that popped up there. And of course, Brussels and Antwerp have grown quite a lot because of it as well. We hope to have a lot more dots on the map by next GA, and that's something everyone that's watching now can contribute with by talking about Volt Belgium with your friends, with your family, with colleagues, and make sure and just talk about what's Volt doing, what we stand for, and every little bit or every conversation can attract a whole wave of new people. So please reach out. It's only because of you that we grow. Then I will give the word to Juliette now, as she will be talking a little bit about the diversity team within Belgium and the initiatives that we take. So without further ado, Juliette, the word is yours.
Thank you so much, Vic. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to present myself really shortly so that you know who is talking. I'm part of the board of Volt Belgium, and at the European level, I work on policy of social equality. I studied politics in... That's okay. All right. Can I go? All right. So I studied politics at the University of Amsterdam, and I've always been really touched by injustices and wanted to fight against them. And I noticed that in Volt, we are really lacking gender diversity when it comes to gender binary. And I love Volt because it's a party who always wants to improve and wants to learn and wants to do better. So I got the opportunity to try to work on these numbers. I follow a class now in Harvard Executive School where they teach me how to basically bring a social change, and I can take all this theory and apply it through Volt, through the project of gender diversity. And I have an amazing team. A lot of them are talking also today. And we just basically want to have the more diversity in the most aspect that is possible. So it can be gender diversity, ethnic diversity, any type of diversity, so that everything that we do have different point of views from people who have different kind of life experience, who went through different kind of societal barriers, different kind of systemic barriers, and that's how we can bring about the best results for having an actual impact and really improve people's life in society. So that's, in the big lines, my project. And yeah, I would really love to have any of you who is watching now and who is interested in making a difference and improving diversity in Volt, please reach out to me. I'm not sure about technicalities, but I'm sure we can drop my email somewhere in comments or something. And yeah, just write to me and I will tell you more about it, and you can work with us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vicky and Juliette, for your clear explanation. I'm going through the questions again. I have some thanks for our functional leads, and of course in regards to our policies, so they will be more discussed in depth this afternoon. So any comments and questions or things you would like to see change, they can be addressed at that point. And if, of course, if you feel that the pillar is not what you would like it to be, you can vote however you choose. And then for now we are, let's see, no, she's not here yet. We'll have a short break. So if you still have some questions or comments to some of our members or speakers, don't hesitate to ask them. Don't forget to vote. So the votes are online on Tusker, and also you should have received a doodle for Jolan. So we will reconvene at 10:30, where we will be joined by one of our members from Volt Europe. Until then. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had some refreshments, quick cookie break, drinks. And we are joined by one of our Volt Europe's own presidents. We have Valerie Sternberg joining us. So I'll give the word immediately to her. The floor is yours, Valerie. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Good morning, Volt Belgium. Bonjour, Volt Belgique. Goedemorgen, Belgien. It's a pleasure to be here this morning, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak at your General Assembly today. So, as Olivia told me, today is a really important day for you, for all of you, because together you're going to vote and decide on your shared vision for a Belgian society. And so I was thinking, you know, you're probably going to answer, what does smart state, economic renaissance, social equality, global balance, citizen empowerment, and EU reform mean for you and for your fellow Belgian citizens? Now, this is what you've come here today to decide together. And of course, every country, every region in Europe is very special and unique. And in Belgium, understand that there is a great focus on urban areas that stands out, and it's very natural that you give importance to this particularity in formulating your vision for Volt Belgium. So you will have this additional pillar, as I understand, in your vision. When I spoke with Olivia a few days ago about your vision, how you created your vision, and that you will vote on it today for Volt Belgium and for Belgium as a whole. And the question is really now, why is it so important to have a vision, and why do we as Volt give so much room to discussing our visions for our future? And you know, we really also emphasize to the outside world that we as a party and as a movement stand out because we do have a vision. So why is it so important that we as a society and as a country, as Europe, have a vision? To answer this question, we could also simply approach it the other way around and, you know, think about what happens if there is no shared vision for our society or for Europe. And to look at, let's say, like something that simply happens if there is no vision, or the vision hasn't really arrived in the hearts of people, then we travel back 4 years to Brexit, because Brexit marks a tipping point in the history of the European project, because the majority of the British population was convinced that there's not something that like a shared vision for our future, a vision that we all embody, we all carry around with us. A shared vision that, you know, ensures us and ensured at the time the British society that no one will be left behind, that everyone's voice will be heard and everyone will be provided with equal opportunities in a European society. A vision that will ensure continued peace in our continent and freedom and solidarity as fundamental values to be upheld and lived. So without a shared vision, a shared picture of our future, we lack connection with our fellow citizens, because while we all pursue our individual ambitions and goals, we don't know that we are on a shared path and what we together can do to achieve our goals and our picture of the future. So for the EU, this means that more and more centrifugal forces can and will develop, because member states have an easy game to pursue their own national interests, to put themselves first. For us as European citizens, it means we don't know where we are headed and what we can do as individuals to advance a collective. So this is why we worked and keep working on our vision for Europe, because a vision is not something that just falls from the sky and you today will, you know, can very proudly look at the result, because what we do know is vision is hard work, and politicians over the past years have not put in that work. Now, we want to change that, because the vision inspires us, mobilizes unknown strengths, and can give even us the tools to empower ourselves and others to grow beyond ourselves and our limits. And this is exactly what we have proven over the past years. past 4 years since our founding. Our vision for the future of Europe has set incredible strengths free. We basically started off with a group of 50 people, you know, across Europe. Now we are a movement of over 12,000 people, and we are sitting in the European Parliament, we're sitting in the Dutch Parliament, and we're sitting in many city councils. And we keep inspiring and mobilizing people. I think we keep growing as individuals because of our shared collaboration, of our communication, of, you know, really working on a vision. So short story, this vision has set incredible strengths free, and it will do the same for you. And I'm convinced this vision of Belgium that you will vote on today will get you eventually into the Belgian parliaments. So the vision you created today will set, you know, will enable you to achieve your goals. And I understand that you have already made a start with, you know, already started by cleaning the canals of Ghent. And, you know, you can do so much more and really thinking of other social innovation and campaigns, which will be kind of the you know, the starting point for other electoral campaigns and mobilizing citizens to take on responsibility for your shared society. Now, I also wanted to say a few words about the European project there that we are currently that we will work on all together, including, of course, both Belgium and all the other national chapters, because Volt is unique in the sense that when you sign up as a member for Volt, you sign up also not only for our statutes, but you also sign up for a manifesto that is this shared vision for Europe, basically comprised in one page. Now, we wrote this shared manifesto quite a while ago, and we want to redo it and redesign it because we think by now we have learned so much about ourselves and about Europe as a continent, about our fellow citizens, about what their needs are, that we need to put this to use and really create something that will be able to guide us for the next 30, 40, maybe even 50 years. So the European Board was therefore tasked by the General Assembly of Volt Europa to draft a new manifesto for Volt, and that, yeah, again comprises the vision for the future of Europe, and this vision will also be binding for all chapters. Now, to write the shared manifesto, we had the idea to really try out something entirely new. And basically, what we have already put in our policies, one of our policies of citizen empowerment, we would simply apply to ourselves. And this is the method of citizen assemblies. So it basically means that we will use an inclusive and deliberative method to draft our shared vision for Europe. And we need every one of you to help us with that. Now, the process basically in general will be that for the next weeks, we will really map out the details of the process of how we will come up with it. We will make use of all our local chapters and our tools that we have basically employed for the past 4 years, which is called listening tours, to go out and speak with citizens. So first of all, we as a movement are opening up ourselves again to the needs of the citizens of the European society, to get in touch with them, to connect with them, to communicate, and really understand, okay, what are the issues that we share across Europe? What is it that we need answers for across Europe? Then we draw all this input together, and we will create our own members' assembly after the method of the citizen assembly, which means that we will based on the method of sortition. So we will have certain criteria that we will apply for the members' assembly that will draw people from all of Volt together. And these people, probably around 50, will have moderators that are professionally trained to really enable a discussion where we will come out with a consensus of what our manifesto will include. it is something entirely new. We haven't tried out this method before, but we are super confident that it will come out with something that will be innovative. It will, and yeah, so the result in itself will be very special, but also the process in itself will give us a huge learning, because the great thing is that in our vision, we are not only saying like, what is it that we want to strive towards to? We also put a lot of emphasis on the process in itself, because we know that the method or the means of talking, of communicating, of working together is already an end in itself, because this will provide us as Europeans with a shared understanding of each other, and ultimately enable peace, freedom, and solidarity. So thank you so much for letting me part of this today, and I wish you an amazing day of discussing and working on your shared vision for Volt Belgium. I really look forward to seeing the result, and fingers crossed, and let us know if there's ever anything we can do to help us really drive your campaigns in Belgium. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Yeah, we'll be sure to keep in touch with any questions we have, and already a big thank you for the support you guys provide us here in Belgium. Our dear viewers, do remember there are still some votes open, so be sure to give a look at those and vote. Also keep in mind that you have a doodle vote for Jola, so that we can also let you know what if he's elected to become in the electoral board. For now, we are going to take our lunch break, which will be approximately 45 minutes. So we will reconvene at 12:30, where afterwards we will discuss the votes of the policies or the political vision and have a discussion about them. So we've seen that there are a lot of questions and comments about those. So we are going to take some extra time to address those. So I wish you all a good meal, bon appétit for those of us French speaking, and I'll see you back at 12:30. All right. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch. We have our votes in. So the voting session for the policies and the political visions has ended. So we'll share the results immediately with you. So I give the word to Emeric. Go ahead, Emeric. The floor is yours.
Yes, hello there, everyone. So we have indeed counted the results for the political vision. I'm glad to tell you that they've all been approved, some with a larger margins than others. So normally you should be able to see the responses now. And as you can see, the vote F about smart education is the one that has the highest level of approval, with 75% of the votes being of the members that voted being in favor of this pillar. Then the next three ones, state reform, economic renaissance, and citizens empowerment, all got a 66.6%, so two-thirds majority of approval. And then cities and global balance got 66, also 66% for the cities. Global balance got 62% approval, and the social equality and inclusivity only got 58% of approval from the votes. So without further ado, I now give the floor to Sarah Tegas, who will carry on with the explanation of what we will do next and how we will organize the afternoon about this political vision.
Thank you, Emeric, and thanks everyone who's participated in the vote. We just wanted to let you know and make sure that you know that it's not a fixed vote. It's more of an indicative one, just to have like an overall view and know already how people and the membership feel about this political visions pillar. What we would do now is that we're going to have a presentation of the policies that have been worked on in the policy team that will be presented by myself and other policy facilitators. And then after that, we'll all be joining a Google Meet link where we will start by having a plenary discussion, all of us together, about the political vision and especially the pillars who had the least approval votes, which are social equality and inclusivity and global balance especially, so that you members have the chance to raise your concerns about those. And then after that, we'll go into breakout sessions where we would be discussing the policies that would have been presented right before. It'd be a very interactive session for us, moderated as well, and we'll be using interactive tools so that everyone can bring forward some new ideas as well for policies and even amendments for certain ones. Thank you, and I'll give the floor back to Thomas then.
All right, thank you, Sarah. So we're going to enter into a different meeting, as I was told. The link is in the agenda, so it's in the Google. It's a Google Meet on the workshop on and discussions on policies and the political vision. So please, everyone, join that link where we will start our discussion.
We will also post that link on your personal page in the comments. You will be able to see that link in a few seconds.
If I may add as well, it's been added to the Volt calendar. You can find it there as well on Google Agenda.
Okay, so I hope everyone had a good break, took a sniff of fresh air maybe during their break. So we'll continue.
Yes, you're in the room. Juliette.
We have our fundraising strategy still pending. So I'll give the word to Kyle, who is our co-lead for fundraising. Kyle, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you everyone for your participation today. I know it's been a long day, but I think we've had some really good discussions, and I'm happy to be talking to you all today. So let's start. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so as Thomas said, my name is Kyle Morris. I am the fundraising co-lead for Volt Belgium. Today, I'm going to talk to you about our fundraising strategy for the rest of 2021 and looking ahead to 2022 and 2023. I'm going to first talk about where we are, where we need to be, and then how we're going to get there. First, to sort of give some context about the nature of fundraising and politics in Belgium, as you probably know, it's really hard for new parties to win and to compete with established parties that have access to state funding, that have incumbency advantages. Political donations for political parties are capped at 500 euros per donor per year. The Netherlands doesn't have such a cap, so they're able to raise a lot of money from high dollar donors, and that's just not a part of our playbook because that's not allowed here. As you probably also know, Volt must secure at least 5% of the vote in a constituency to receive a seat. That is a barrier that the Netherlands also doesn't have. They run as a single nationwide constituency where if you get 0.67% of the vote, you get a seat. So there are fundraising challenges that
Kyle, sorry for interrupting, but we don't see your presentation.
Really?
So, no, we don't.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Can you? Yeah. Okay, one moment. I'm not sure why. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Do you see my screen now?
Not at this time.
Do you see this? Can you see my screen now?
No.
No? Let me try to turn it off and then turn it back on again. Yeah. I'm not sure what's wrong here.
Is it online? If we put the link
Yeah,
here, I
it's
can present for
it's
you.
a Google slide. I'm not
Can
sure
you
what.
put the link on the chat?
Yeah.
One second.
Sorry about this, folks.
Worse. Are you guys see my screen?
Yeah, that's great.
Yep. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can go.
Okay. We can start from that slide. Slide 2 is good. Yeah.
Click present on the right top
yeah.
corner. Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So as I was saying, there are significant challenges that Volt Belgium faces in entering office that our colleagues in the Netherlands don't. And our fundraising strategy has to account for the fact that we can't ask for thousands of dollars from a single donor just because that's not allowed. And that we have this 5% threshold mark. So we've got our work cut out for us, but it's going to be good. Next slide, please. Just to give you some perspective about how the Netherlands did in last month or back in March versus how we are today. This is Volt's vote share broken down by province in the Netherlands, and province roughly approximates to what's considered an electoral constituency here in Belgium. And as you'll notice, none of those numbers are north of 5%. So despite the strong showing that Volt Netherlands had, if the Netherlands had our system of requiring a 5% threshold in an electoral constituency, Volt would have no seats. So it's very fortunate that the Netherlands elects as a single nationwide constituency. And the point of this is to say is that we have time to scale up our operations and to scale up our capacity, but it's important that we start doing that work now. Next slide, please. This, I'm hoping by the end of 2023 to have raised 70,000 euro. That's a pretty big number. I picked that number because it's based off of year-over-year increases from our 2021 fundraising goal, which I'll get into in a moment. But I think it's big enough where it will allow us in the short term to spend money to bring in new members, to spend money on digital ads and sponsor social media posts. But in the medium term, it will help us add full-time staff. And I know that's a goal that's shared by a lot of people in Volt Belgium, is that being able to hire 1 or 2 full-time staffers is essential to professionalizing our operation and reaching more people and becoming a more skilled political party where we can actually compete and win in 2024. And of course, this money will help us as we enter a really busy, packed election season in 2024 with European elections, municipal elections, and federal elections. Next slide. The crux of the plan this year, and I'm calling it the 10-20-30 plan. I'll get into that in a moment. And because of COVID-19, we can't hold in-person fundraisers, which is a shame. Hopefully, maybe by towards the end of this year, we might be able to, but that's too much uncertainty, and that's not certain that I'm willing to account for in building a fundraising plan. So the crux of this plan is pledged contributions from members based on different tiers of a pledged contribution. And our goal is to have raised 12,000 euro by the end of this year. And before I get into the tiers and the benchmarks, I want to note that it's been a really challenging 14 months for a lot of people. Some people might have lost their jobs or had their hours cut or have faced financial uncertainty. And we're fully aware of that and support that. And I would just want to, before I get into this, is to say that, you know, we don't want to put you, or I certainly won't want to put you in an undue financial situation by asking you to make a contribution that you don't feel comfortable making. So as we go forward, I appreciate your generosity and your time at any level that you're able to give to Volt Belgium, especially this early on. Next slide, please. If you could click, it's an animated slide. So the first tier, there you go. That first tier is the student tier. And we're looking to identify 30 pledge donors at €6 a month. This pledge cycle runs from May 2021 to the end of this year. So we're looking for 30 students like myself to pledge €6 a month. That's 3 beers. And that will work out to around €48 a year. The next tier is our young professionals tier. And we're looking to identify 20 pledge donors who are willing to give €15 a month. That will work out to about €120 per donor. A good way to think of that 20 or the €15 a month is, you know, it's 2 bottles of wine, or maybe 2 lunches, or a lunch and a bottle of wine out on a picnic. Once again, trying to have accessible, reachable, but still somewhat ambitious fundraising goals. The next tier for more ambitious donors is our Volt Fellow tier. And we're looking to have 20 pledged donors willing to give €30 a month. that will work out to €240 by December 2021. And for those who are willing to go above and beyond and give the maximum €500 per year, we're looking to, in our Paul-Henri Spaak Circle, named after one of the Belgian architects of European integration back following World War II, and one of the masterminds behind the European coal and steel community. We're looking to have 10 pledge donors give €62.50 per month. And that is, I know, an especially ambitious target with a shortened fundraising cycle. But it would really, we appreciate your generosity, especially at this early stage. Next slide. These are big numbers. I don't want to belie that point, but these are ambitious targets. But I think that we can meet them. I know that €70,000 number looks pretty far off, but I think with the way this year has been going, with our increases in membership, I think that this is something that we can eventually build to and sustain. But like any new thing on the block, we're a startup. And I think it's helpful to look at Volt as a political startup. And just like a startup in the tech world or the business world, we need investors, supporters, and resources, donations to get off the ground before we're able to have a product or have a presence or this service. And the service would be competing in 2024. So while you might not see any benefit from your donation right now or any pledge contribution you make today, in 3 years, which seems kind of far, but in 2024, that's when those resources and the commitments and the choices that we make today will manifest themselves over the next few years. And elections are not won in election years. They're won in off years when no one's paying attention, but when there are groups of dedicated activists and politically minded and engaged citizens that are making the choices today that influence the future and tomorrow. And one of the last things I'll say on this slide is I was talking to the leader of the Dutch fundraising team, who did a great job of raising hundreds of thousands of euros for the election cycle. And he really wanted me to emphasize that fundraising is a shared task. It is, while I am the fundraising co-lead, it is something that all teams should be active in doing and promoting, because the funds that we get today are what sustain us and allow us to continue our work. And he said that they had the most success when all teams were united on a goal of fundraising and saw it as their opportunity to also make the argument to fundraise and to make the investments that we need today for a progressive tomorrow. Next slide. So we're asking a lot from you, but there also is an expectation that myself as the fundraising co-lead is here to serve. We're going to tell you how much we get. We're going to be really clear about the progress that we've made and what's left to do. We're going to be clear about our intentions on how we plan to spend this money, on how much we save, and on what we're going to spend it on. As I mentioned before, there are sort of 3 tranches of goals for how we're spending this money. I think initially, we would like to save a lot of it for the long-term goal of winning in 2024, but also a more intermediate goal of being able to hire full-time staff. I think if we're able to hire full-time staff, that's really where Volt Belgium can turn a corner and become, and if we can have people who are, their sole job is Volt Belgium, that will help us expand our membership and our capacity internally to do the things that Volt needs to do to get ready for 2024. And lastly, a section of the money will be spent to be present online through digital ads on social media, sponsored social media posts, maybe producing some video content that we can boost online, things like that. Next slide. And lastly, this is a little bit about how to donate. We've been having some issues with our bank that will hopefully be resolved soon, so we cannot accept Maestro or Bank Contact pledged payments right now, but that's something that will be rectified fairly shortly, and we will be able to soon collect payments through our payment vendor, Molly. We had PayPal for a little while, but the fees were astronomical. However, if you would like to make a donation or to have some kind of pledge contribution, direct bank transfers are still possible. We will communicate next steps and summarize what we've talked about today via email that you'll receive shortly after this. Next slide. And lastly, maybe we've got some time for a couple questions, but I wanted to leave you with this quote from 19th century American poet Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, and these two individuals you see on your screen. The woman on the left, her name is Stacey Abrams. You might recognize her. She is from Georgia and was instrumental. Her and lots of other Black organizers were instrumental in flipping Georgia blue for Joe Biden by about 10,000 votes. And Stacey Abrams and a number of organizers in Georgia worked for 10 years. They started in 2010 trying to flip Georgia blue. And they had lots of really brutal setbacks along the way, but they kept at it. And Stacey is a testament to the notion that elections are won in off years. Her team did an incredible job of being engaged in the community, of building up a fundraising pledge, a fundraising base, and doing the work in the off years, doing the work 365 days a year to flip Georgia blue. And with a lot of hard work and a little bit of luck, they did it. And the man on the right is Ben Wickler. Ben Wickler is the chair of the Wisconsin Democratic Party. He is a big proponent of pledged monthly contributions. And for the 2022 cycle, this is his big push. And that's sort of where I got the idea or the motivation for a pledged system. He has said time and time again that pledge contributions allow parties to have a reliable stream of income where they can plan and spend for the present, but also build and save for the future. And a pledge contribution that I hope you're willing to make or to consider making is invaluable to helping Volt be more active today and also grow towards our future goals. And I think this last quote really embodies what the fundraising plan is and what Volt Belgium aims to be, is that we're working while our companions are sleeping, that we are putting in the hard work and doing the things that we need to do when no one's paying attention, when the news isn't focused on an election. But the work that we do today and the work we do now is absolutely essential for the future. So thanks so much for your patience with the slide and for listening. And I'm happy to take questions. You're happy to, feel free to access me on email or Workspace, whatever works best for you. And I'm also happy to meet with local teams and functional groups and really anyone that wants to hear more about this plan or has questions. So thanks so much for your time today.
At this time, there are no questions for you, Kyle. There's here from Kim, or at least someone. No, it's Kim, who congratulates you on your presentation. I would like to join him. It was really well done. For now, we also have some results to share because, as you can see, the votes have been closed. So I'll give the floor to Emeric, who can then announce those results. So Emeric, go ahead.
Yes, hi there. Sorry, I've changed device. So, yes, about the results. Well, as you probably already have seen on your personal page for the votes, all votes have been approved with an overwhelming majority. So all administrators have been discharged, and the 3 amendments have been also approved. 2 of them, the 2 last ones, with unanimity and only 3 abstentions. And the first one has been approved with an overwhelming majority and just 1 vote against and a couple of abstentions. And also, I want to congratulate Jolan, who also got an overwhelming majority of yeses, and therefore he is elected now as member of the electoral board. So Jolan, welcome to the team, I would say. And thanks a lot for everyone for participating and voting in this General Assembly. I will also try to make today or tomorrow a presentation with the results in detail so that you can view them correctly, and an email will be sent to you with those results by I think by tomorrow evening, and therefore you'll be able to see these results in details and with their respective percentages. So yeah, that's it for me. Thanks a lot. If you have any concerns or any problems that you may have encountered during the voting sessions, please feel free to just send me a message directly to me via Workplace, or send me an email, because I would love to hear if you've encountered any technical issues or any issues that you might have had, or ways that we could improve the voting systems because you found it not as user-friendly as you might have hoped. There you go. That's it for my part. Thanks a lot, and I wish you all a very good afternoon.
Okay. In the meantime, I did receive a question for Kyle, so I'll ask it to you, Kyle. There was a question from Kim still, where he asks, would it be interesting to solicit pledges on the basis of support for certain policy initiatives? So the example he gives is, I might not want to pledge to Volt, but I would want to pledge to Volt if it champions a certain policy. Is that a possibility?
You know, that's something that I really hadn't considered. I'd like to hear more from Kim. Maybe we can set up a time to talk. But yeah, I think it would, however, to motivate people to pledge or to give, I think is a worthy way of exploring. And if people want to sponsor a policy or sponsor an initiative, I think there's certainly space for that. But I'd love to hear more about what he has in mind with that.
He also has a question if it would be interesting to target startups, so to have like a sort of growing a growing relationship with them.
We're not able to accept donations from corporations, which is unfortunate if you're looking to raise money, but also probably good from a more ethical standpoint. But I think there are certainly ways that we could look to partner with startups. I know that once we get back into doing in-person fundraising, that maybe working with nonprofit organizations and startups to help host fundraisers might be a way for them to work with us. But as far as making financial contributions, we're not able to accept money from corporate donors.
Okay, that were all the questions that I received. Next item on the agenda, we are going to talk about our national campaign. So I invite you all for our brainstorm session. It's in a different, so it's not on the stream, but it's again on the same meeting where we discussed our policies. So if you could all join that one again, and we will discuss our national campaign. So I'll see you there.
I would like to, first of all, thank everyone who participated in today's General Assembly. We have been, we've had a full day of important votes and discussions, but we see the initial results of where we as a party and movement will be working on. So the political vision and the different sets of policies that we had discussed are already the first important steps in how we define our identity, our unique selling points as a political movement in Belgium. And I'm very much glad to see that our participation and the engagement of our members in this process continues not only today, but also in the weeks and months ahead. I'd like to once again also thank all the team members, all our staff who behind the scenes and screens have made this day a great success. And for that, we are very grateful to conclude this GA with many different outputs and results, and that we are going to continue the work together in the year ahead. So over to you, Jordi.
Yeah. From my side, I would also like to congratulate our team for their effort and their time they put in this GA. I would also like to congratulate Jolan for being elected as a member of the electoral board. So welcome in the electoral board, and I hope you can work well together with Emeric over the next years in the electoral board. As a recap of the General Assembly, I'm very happy with what I saw in the afternoon. So I saw a lot of involvement, members that raised their voice, raised their concerns, and I think we had a very fruitful discussion. A takeaway, I think, for the future to make sure we organize more of this type of calls to really have discussions amongst our members, to work together and to see basically what we want and what we want to achieve, because I think this was a very interesting exercise we had all together in the afternoon. And even though it was digital, it's not as interactive as it would be in a physical setting. I think it went quite well. Though I hope, of course, that next time, at the end of the year, we are able to have a physical GA again and to really have a real interaction with each other, and also to be able to share a drink, of course, afterwards, because that's something that we now, in a digital way, don't really, I mean, we cannot ching directly, we can ching in a digital way. But so to recap, I think I'm very happy to see the discussion we had this afternoon. I hope that every one of you who is here, who was present today, or maybe the people that will watch this later on YouTube, I hope that you will involve yourself. I think there is definitely time and place for this to do so. Most of the things happen on Workplace, so definitely have a look there to see how you can help out, where you can join. So I think I saw a lot of people that are interested in policy. Our policy team is also on Workplace, so make sure to join them there and to join the discussions, because we will look forward to the creation of more policies and also put them forward for a vote in the General Assembly at the end of this year. So there is definitely still a lot of things that will happen in the next, let's say, 6 months. And also in general, if you would like to help with other things, communications, events, fundraising, and so forth, I would say join our national calls on Wednesday evening. So on Wednesday evening, we always sit together with our team and with our members to go over the updates. And for you, I think it's also interesting, if you didn't have the chance yet to join us there, and to see how you can help us out. With that being said, I would like to thank all of you for being here. Thank for everyone who voted in all the votes that were there today. And thanks for everyone who helped out, and our chair, Thomas. I think we can finish here with our remarks and maybe invite you all to just stay here after we close formally the curtains, to stay here and to have a short drink here and a little informal chat in this call after we then formally close this GA. So this is all for me. Thomas, as chair, I don't know if you want to have a closing remark as well.
Thank you, Jordi. I would just like to add my, well, sincerest thanks for everyone being present, for being active, for joining us in our talks and discussions. And I look forward to, well, hopefully meeting everyone in person one day once we are all vaccinated and we can meet. And for now, I'd say join us all on Workplace, join the discussion, join the groups. And I wish you all a pleasant afternoon still. Have a great weekend. Bye.
Can I maybe ask for the closing if we can all turn on our camera, and then Carlo, you can cast the tiles with everybody present. So if you want to be on the, like, say, group photos, just turn on your camera, and there we go. Thanks, everyone. Great. Bye-bye.